Hey there, and welcome. As the title says, today I will be doing a bit of a beginner's guide and show you my favorite first starting location, which hasn't always been that spot, but I'll tell you why exactly I chose it and sort of fell in love with it. What the benefits are to put your first base there, and after that I will show you a little bit of early resource farming, how to get important resources, and everything is beginner friendly. Yeah. Before that though, I will give a little tour. It's been 8 days since I've been streaming last, and since then I've been doing a lot of stuff off stream. I've had a lot of on my mind, also in relation to this channel, and I've had some issues with my internet, so that should be solved now, so yeah, enjoy. I want to show you something, so let's get going. Yeah, hi, welcome. So, to anyone who should stumble upon this, who knows Conan, by now, where I'm looking here, you might know exactly where I am. I kind of always said that I didn't really want to build in this location, but yeah, the space is pretty nice. For those that haven't guessed it yet, you can judge if it's a nice place or not. Here you come to my first gate. Now, keep in mind what I'm telling you now. The only thing I have done so far are the entrances. This is a cave base. I've only done the entrances so far, and it's probably going to be a very long build. Yeah. Of course we are at the crevice. Very nice big cave in the game, and there's so many videos on it, so I didn't really want to make a video on it here, but I'm probably gonna build off stream in here and show you around from time to time on my progress. Well, that's the first gate if you want. There are 3 entrances, sort of. There's actually 4, the 4th being a hole in the roof that you can block off, or should block off. And then there's 3 entrances. Let me show you around. First gate. Let me show you on the map in case you don't know where it is. Oh, wrong button. We are, of course, in the Northern Highlands area. Pretty close to the border, to the snow biome. Yeah. It says here the crevice, but it's actually a pretty elaborate cave system. So you'll see, it's pretty huge. You can see where my bedroll is. Yeah, it's big. Come and look inside. Yeah, try to do something different, because when you get in here, you have a lot of different levels to work on. It's not like a flat area, so yeah, you have to adapt a bit, which is also why there's quite some elevation to this entrance. Yeah, it is very interesting. Did some basic wall with guard towers. Nothing fancy yet, I just built the structure, did some outside decorating. Um, Also not sure how much I will do here yet, but it will probably be one of the main bases in this area. Have a good overview here. So yeah. In regards to purchase, this place might be a pretty safe location. I'm not sure. Haven't tried it out yet. We'll see. Anyways, let's continue deeper. That's the gate area. Ah, wrong way. So, when you enter the gate, the cave starts pretty much immediately. And as you will see, it is pretty huge. It's really big. You have a level up there. I will probably show you that first. You have an initial cave that is a little bit bigger. It's not just a corridor. There's a lot of options what you could do here. But let's head up here first. As I said, I've only covered the entrances so far, and it's been a lot of work. You'll see why. So the cave itself is untouched yet. So the deeper you enter, you see it's really elaborate. You come to another gate, and this one is interesting. I like this spot a lot. You open up, and what you see is a mountain range in the snow biome. Yeah. Now, this is for experienced players. You can actually see when meteors fall over there and deposit star metal. So all you have to do is hang around here and you will see the meteors, so you know, okay, now is the nice time to farm some star metal. I hope we will see that while I'm over here, because it's really spectacular, especially from this location. Anyways, this is a little kind of barracks gate entrance. I didn't only want to build a huge stair that comes out of the mountain. I actually wanted to secure it in a way. I like to build that way. And I wanted to try something new. So I had like this tower building here. I did some decoration inside. So I'll show you around. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. As the title says, I want to make a beginner's video. There are ghosts here that show a siege that happened here, where they fire a trebuchet at a poor dude who's up there in the ruins. Yeah, pretty cool. I don't exactly know yet what the story about this is, but I'm pretty sure it's connected to the lore of the game. Well, that's what it looks from the outside. Very high wall, but since we again have a lot of elevation differences, I kinda had to do it like that, and I think it works out well enough. Let's head inside. Have a nice bear head trophy at the entrance. So you come first, you come in, and it's a bit claustrophobic. That is intentional, because the cave itself will be that way. You have these pillars, because that tower is pretty much floating on these pillars. You have side access up to the walls. Yeah, here you can go pretty much all the way around. Have a look at the really nice view. Bit on that guard building. And I wanted to bring in that outpost vibe here. This is a major outpost, so I thought it needed a pretty cool barracks, if you will. Well, a wall over here, another side entrance. Let's have a look inside the barracks. As soon as you come inside, you have a little kitchen area. That's where the soldiers who are garrisoned here have their food. It's not very big, not very spacious. This door leads to the outside again. This one does too. From here you can see the courtyard, if you will. The stairs. And there's a door over here where you can see a bit more. Yeah. You can move around here, see what's going on down there at the gate. Should there be need for defense. Let's head up stairs. You come in and you have a little planning desk, call it what you will. Yeah. This here, guess what? Sleeping areas for the guards. And the same thing on the other side. Very basic. I haven't done much furniture yet. Yeah, I had to focus on a lot of stuff, but I wanted to at least finish it in a basic raw way. Have a few trophies in here. These guys, sabers, you find them pretty much all over the snow biome. This one, yeah, almost got me, so he got the honor to hang on the stairs here. Here's a bit loungy area for the guards. Yeah, it's really nice. And it's pretty cheap or inexpensive to make. So in other games, the few items you have can end up being really expensive. I don't think they are here. And I wanted to keep that cozy. Very often when you're up here you have not the nicest weather. So I wanted this to be a little bit cozy, so when the guards are off duty they can just enjoy their time here. And again you have a spectacular view. Meteors or not, it's very lovely here. Really like it. You have that cliff behind you. It's actually its own mountain. And then you have that. I'm kind of hoping for meteors. When they come, you know exactly what it is. Well, we'll hear if they come or not. Yeah, from up here it's a very open, spacious area. You can see what's going on. I guess realistically this would be a garrison for like 6 or 8 guards, and at some point I will place them here so they will give life to the place. Yeah, that will be nice. Well, I guess not now. Sooner or later you will see it. The weather is often pretty bad up here. In a sense, I actually like it. It gives a lot of atmosphere, that rainy weather. But it's, you know, it's rough to live here. But I think how I built it sort of adds to little basic coziness. Well, to not lose too much time, let's head inside. There's still a lot to show you. I told you of 3 entrances, well actually 4. The 4th is just up here, it's just a tiny little hole in the roof. Yeah, that would be nice with a real life fireplace. Now it's perfect, it's actually getting dark, and this couldn't have been better. Couldn't have planned it better myself. Since this is a cave, as you can see, it gets really dark. Yeah. I will of course build stairs here, or maybe an elevator, who knows. I'm not sure what I will do here. Well, the further you get inside here, you actually enter a pretty big cave. That's the main room if you want. And since it's so big, you can actually do a lot of different stuff here. Yeah. You have no animal spawns inside here. No. This is considered a safe cave. It's mainly, I think it's mainly built as that one location in the game that people want dibs on. Over there you see the last entrance, which is a lot bigger than the others. It's actually a pit. And I was thinking, what will I do with it? And then I came up with a pretty elaborate plan, and I think it's pretty much as perfect as I can get it. You come up here, and you have no clue how big this thing actually is yet. Well, this is a cave base, and as elaborate as it is, it needs its own dungeon. Now let's turn off the lights. It's nighttime. It is pitch black dark. Pitch black. Why you get reflections from the lightnings outside, I don't know, but I guess that's how it is. You hear cats. I tamed some cats some time ago, and I placed some just to add life to it. Maybe you will see some. You have the dungeon here. It's perfect that it's dark, because this place is scary. With the lighting and all, I just hit the perfect. You can see the lightnings actually show a bit too much. So you normally, if the weather is better than it is now, you can't see anything because it's pitch black in the back there. And you actually, that is naturally occurring in the cave. You have skeletons all over the floor. All over the floor. I didn't put them there, they are part of the whole location. Because this is the bottom of a pit. And this is like a bowl. If you go up here, you have the sky. But I chose to build in all of it. Yeah, I'll show you now. This will be... I'll figure something out. I probably will put a prisoner in here. Some poor wretch. Or maybe a direwolf? I don't know. We'll see. I'm definitely not done yet. I want to put something in here that says dungeon. Well, let's go out and head upstairs. I will turn off the lights again. So I want you to see it in its decorated state. This is the first thing that I actually decorated as much as I did so far. I'm not done yet, still a lot of work, but yeah. You come inside, you have a well. I think that's the best solution I could come up with. You have a bit of ways to the next water source, and you can build wells yourself, and it makes sense to have one in the basement, which this still is. Anyways, you come inside, you have a kitchen. 2 cooks. I had them lying around, both unnamed, I think. Yeah, both unnamed. I can hear a cat purring somewhere. Anyways, this is the kitchen. I did some storage for that. Yeah, some jars up here with stuff. Some bottles. Yeah. Fridges. Some have stuff in them already. Lots of meat. You can grab a lot of that outside. There's elks and the occasional bear. Yeah, you name it, wolves. A cupboard, which I will fill up with some kitchen related stuff. That is the cozy little central kitchen. Here they will supply this whole building. If you go through this door, you will enter the alchemy area. That's the ground floor. Yeah, I hear you. I wonder where you are. Well, I guess we'll see you. I think there's a total of 5 cats in here, and they wander off. And it's really, I think it's a very cool addition. Well, you have your fluid presses. You can make oil, blood, oil you need for lots of stuff. If you have the dye station, you can use the oil to make black dye, which, yeah, pretty cool. So what you mostly use it for though is leather, hardened leather. And you get oil by pressing seeds. And how do you get seeds? Well, by putting plant fiber together with bark in a drying rack. So yeah, having them next to each other, I can farm a lot of it. Plant fiber is one of the easiest things to farm, so yeah. You also need plant fiber in the compost bins, which are pretty much empty. This one at least is pretty much empty now. Try to keep them running, but yeah, not always I can. Some grinders. You need that for bone meal, for which you put plant fibers inside, you get spice. Spice you can use outside there in the kitchen to make spicy food, which helps you in the snow areas. Yeah, I hear you. You have planters. This is leavening agent. You use that for a lot of ale and wine, which you also can make out there in the kitchen. I found limited lotus plants actually in the Den of the Dead, which isn't too far away. I will show you on the map. It is actually right over here, and there's a road pretty much going directly up here. Yeah. You can hear the cat purring now, which is kind of fun. We'll see one, at least, I'm pretty sure. Alchemy bench. Fireball cauldron. Smaller one. Precision one, which saves on materials. And the dyer's bench. This base will be huge and probably one of the main bases, which is why I will have a lot of production going on here. and have already... yeah, there's actually 2 cats. There's one house cat, and there's the other. Cool. They are very different from other animals you place. They move around a lot. They probably can cover the whole area here, and you will see this is still the ground floor. There's a lot more to cover. So it's really cool because they are independent. They really bring life to this. They move around and they purr and yeah. House cats, they make sure the rats don't take over this place. Anyways, next floor. You come up here. This is sort of a main entrance after you come through the kitchen area there. When you come in here, this is a sort of display area. Yeah, where you can show off your trophies. Have a few tables where there's some stuff lying around to show off maybe. Another cat. This one, however, just sits there. I haven't seen it moving much yet. It looks around, says a few noises, grooms itself, but yeah. You don't have to feed them. Like the thralls, you don't have to feed them. They don't die of starvation. However, if they defend the place, see, it's just moving around, it's so cool. If they defend the place, you can put feeding throws up. I will do that in a hidden location so they aren't obviously visible. And they will feed from that so they can heal. You can also go into their inventory. They have actually a lot of inventory space. And, which is funny, as any thralls or pets, they have their own perk system. So if I go into the stats, they can level from 0 to 20. They can gain their own stats, they can gain their own perks. Why would you have a house cat fight? I don't know. This is actually a bit a special cat. It's like an Egyptian. Yeah. Wait a second. Where's the other one? See, they move around, which makes this sometimes a little bit confusing. I know there were 2 down here. Sometimes they have their own life. I don't know. Sometimes I find, at least there's the one. Sometimes I see the one just sitting here and looking up here. And it's so weird, as if it knows this is a cooking station. Give me food. So funny. See, and it just sits there. I didn't place it there specifically. It just chose that's where I'm going to sit now. And see what's going on. What is he doing? Why isn't he talking to me? Yeah. Can you hear it purr? I can in my headset. It's really cool. Yeah. I don't think they make good fighters, but they certainly help bringing a base to life. Yeah. Anyways, on with the base, because I don't want this just to be a stream about showing you my base. I actually want this to be a beginner's guide. So we got some stuff to cover still. I decorated a bit here, as I told you. I like this room because this is after the kitchen area. This will be the first room you come into if you go through the basement. Yeah, nice place to show off. Yeah, into the crafting area. Of course, they need refreshments. So we have the necessary ale keg. It has to be around, so when they're thirsty they can just take a drink. You have some storage here. This is a improved blacksmith bench. Probably this will only be used to create iron or steel reinforcements, because for armors and weapons I have these garrisons stations. With these you can actually create the epic and the special recipes you find. So yeah. There's a lot here, but I still haven't found everything. So I still need my bladesmith though, I haven't found him yet. Yeah, they are noisy, those cats. Storage, internal storage here is really nice. I like it. You have plenty. The castle that I built, you have a bit more of this. You have potential storage areas, but not like this. This is actually integrated, so it works really nice. Tinker's bench, casting table. Here you can make jewelry, and the glass flasks for the alchemist, the kitchen stuff. Yeah, coins if you have some gold and silver. Next door you have the dismantling bench, and of course another. It always has to be refreshments might be needed. I tried to go all out with decorating to give it life here. I wanted to keep some of the walls raw to show we are inside a cave, and yeah, this is a cave. You might forget about it when you walk around here. I also wanted to make this crampy and give you that sort of claustrophobic feeling, because this is a cave. So yeah. Garrison's armor bench. I am preparing this to actually I hopefully soon make some armor for some guard troops here that I just need to move over here. Another storage for the carpenter's area, which is closely connected to the tanners. And here I've been stripping a lot of hides, preparing for some hardened leather. I hope it's crafting now. No, I'm still crafting the layered furs. You need that for the later armors, and you need a lot of it. So yeah, it's crafting. Crafting queue is long. I'm not in a hurry. When I'm done here, hopefully I will have mats enough to start on those armors. Yeah, I think 5 or 6 cats in total in this garden. And they are the only ones that are guarding that are sentiently moving around, and I love that fact. Plant-based tannery, it doesn't use as much bark to strip the hides. It's not as fast as the other one, but it's yeah, it runs for a lot longer on the same fuel. Anyways, that's the stairs you come from the kitchen area. If you walk through here, you have the next stairs. Yeah. Here you come into a bigger area where all the forges are. I had to make this a little bit, yeah, there have to be big pillars because this is still not the top floor. Here you can really see where you are. You are inside a cave. I tried to preserve as much of that cave wall as possible because I really like that. You know this is a cave. and you're right in the middle of it. Anyways, you have a nice selection of forges here. I will get them all up and running soon. Some have been. There's actually tons of iron around here, coal, rocks, so stones, so you can build bricks. So yeah, this space I see for the future could very well be somewhat self-sustaining. Only thing I have to bring in is like brimstone and black ice, star metal. Yeah, I'll stock up on that. Yeah, eventually. I might do that on stream as a guide to show you how I run my bases, how I restock, well, how that process works. More on that on the next stream or video, where I actually will be telling you about my plans with this channel and what my plans with Conan Exiles is. In here we have a vault, much needed. For now I just placed stuff I didn't want to sort quite yet in here, so yeah, I'll figure it out later where I want to place it. Anyways, this is the forge area. You have a little hidden, if I can find it, because it is hidden. Yeah, that's it, the elevator. We will take that in a second. First I want to show you this room. Guess what? Every time I build these they get more and more basic. There's not a lot of luxury in being a soldier in my service. Look at those beds. It's a sad life being a soldier in my service. Another cat. I didn't put it in here. It's so cute how they move around. More ale. They can, I think some of them were drinking heavy here. Party time, yeah, I guess. I will do more decorating here. Pretty basic. This is barracks area. This is just where they sleep, have their stuff, private belongings. This is what a feeding throw for the thralls looks like. Haven't put anything in here yet because the thralls and the crafting stations, they don't require anything. They run on air, it seems. Anyways, this works sort of like a fridge. Stuff you put in here, I think. I hope I'm not lying. So, yeah. Okay. You see this stack? One item in this stack, the next item expires in 6 hours 26 minutes. I actually modified this in the settings. Usually it's half that time, but that's still a lot. I'm pretty sure if I put it in here, it's longer than that. Yeah, look, 64 hours. So if you put stacks of food in here, it doesn't just rot away. In other games like Ark, for example, I sometimes get frustrated if you have the feeding throws that quite a lot of the time you find yourself farming just to maintain those because the food just rots away. Yeah, that's a bit frustrating. I will put that timer down to normal again because it's an unnecessary setting and it doesn't make much of a difference, so I will put that to normal again. Just wanted to make things easier also for my son in the beginning. Anyways, there's the stairs going up. We will take the elevator because why not? We have it. I think no. It's sort of hidden. I always have to look for it. There it is. Let's call it. There's the clear skies up there. No, actually it's overcast. But there you see, it's just a giant pit. And those bones down there in the basement, if you remember, that's a lot of unfortunate souls who fell down there. Anyways, before I really show you this, where we are now, this is the other gate. You look into a different direction, you are right on the border to the snow area biome. It's really nice here. Anyways, you look at that gate. You see that and you don't really suspect much. There's not a lot here. So you come up to that gate and think, okay, what might hide behind that? Can't be much. Oh. I'm not even done here yet. I have to fix that, but not today. At least not now. Not on stream. Let's get inside. See, the first thing you see when you come inside is this sort of pavilion. Yeah. That is where the boss, the commander, whatever, has his meetings. Maybe this is where he collects taxes. Who knows? Might look that way. Yeah. Could be. We have these statues. That's the King Scourge. King Scourge? Scourge? Yeah. Don't know how to pronounce it. Can't remember exactly, but this is related to the Black Keep. I think you get it, the recipe for that in there. It's definitely related to the Black Keep, which is a dungeon right over here, so pretty close. Which is actually one of the reasons why I think this location is nice. This is a very good staging area for me if I want to go over there. It's not too far away from the Black Keep. It is not too far from, as I told you, Skyfall Ridge. Meteors fall here. Very close. You can see it when it happens. And eventually I've made a sign here saying base location? Question mark. I might build an outpost there just for gathering stuff in the volcano area. And it's not very far from here, so yeah, could make supply runs easy. Raw ash is always a thing. Obsidian not so much yet. Raw ash definitely is. And you get gold up there too. That is for a different video though. Yeah, that is the last entrance. That is the crevice. Now let's have a look down, if we can find a good spot for that. I hope so. Maybe over here. Yeah, you see the forges. Now remember, you have the dungeon. That is the absolute basement of this pit. Then you have another level higher, you have the kitchen slash alchemy level. Then you have another level, which is the blacksmith, carpenter, armory area. And then comes this forge area. So you can imagine this pit is really deep. And gives a lot of space. And I hope I did okay. Yeah, you're mad. Maybe you do need food. Not now though. This is for when, yeah, you need to do messages, you're in trouble. It reminds me of Lord of the Rings, Helm's Deep. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, that is what I so far did with the crevice. A big project. Most of it will be done off stream. Yeah, because it might drag out forever. I have to fiddle a lot with the interiors. And this is not what this video was meant to be about. Today I actually want to show you where my favorite starting location is. And not only that, I will also tell you exactly why that is. This is not my first playthrough, this is not my second, neither is it my third. I've done this a couple of times. And you learn along the way. And the most obvious first base locations are not always the best, and I'll explain to you why. Anyways, I will now go into creative mode, because there will be a lot of traveling and we will waste time. There's no need for that, so I will teleport a bit around. Yeah. First I will pick up my girls at the base over here at the desert. The reason why I do that is because after I show you that base location, I will also do some resource runs, and with a twist. As you can see, I'm level 60, I have named thralls, I have a build where I can have 2 thralls with me, but I want to also show you how much you can gather early on of pretty important materials and how little effort you have to put in it. I will do it with my current tools, which is pretty endgame. I use star metal tools. I will do it with basic iron tools, and they aren't even modified. The harvesting settings on this server are 3. I've seen a lot of servers where they even pumped the harvesting settings up to 10. So I think what I can harvest with unmodified iron tools will be very realistic to what you can expect. So yeah, so you have an idea what the area I chose, what it has to offer. Oh, it's dark, that's nice. Anyways, I could take my Delincias, but they really lack storage space. So I probably will take my Bearthrals. It's a good thing it's dark now, because I don't want to show you too much of what I have been doing lately. Anyways, tag along. Now, do you have food? Plenty. And rotten. That's nice. Why are you carrying this around? Let me just chuck that away. No need to carry that around. We won't need much food. Where we are going, they won't have many issues surviving. Yeah, so I picked those up. Now to this blacksmith. I prepared something. Set tools. Just want to pick them up. And I will put my own tools into a different box. I won't bring them with me. I want this to be a realistic presentation of what you can expect to get with basic tools. I've seen so many videos that say, oh, this is a beginner's guide, and then people go into God mode and have these endgame tools, and you get pretty unrealistic expectations of what will come. Scaling knife, pickaxe. Before the iron, this is actually the second tier, if you will. Before the iron you have stone tools. I won't be using those because they are a bit weird in a way. Because unlike any other tools, the stone pickaxe and the stone hatchet, if you have a stone, you harvest exactly the same amount, and all other tiers are different there. So that's why I'm choosing iron, and you get access to that pretty soon. Now, we will start out where every journey in Conan starts out. I think there's probably 5 spawn locations, and you start out here in the desert. We will teleport over here, and then we stop teleporting, then we move around just as any starting player would. Anyways, try to spawn as close as possible to where I spawned. That was over here. There we go. From now on I will just move around as you would. This was just to, well, that cave build is pretty far away from the starting areas, and I really wanted to show you. Spent almost an hour on that already. Not quite planned, but yeah. Let's get going with what I actually wanted to show you. There's some stuff to go through, because I didn't just pick the spot because I think it's pretty. Some of the reasoning behind it we scratched earlier in other streams. Yeah, I think when I'm done, I will probably show in betweens, also in streams, how I'm progressing with it. Anyways, you spawn out here. There's nothing here. You're literally out in the desert. You're almost naked. You have nothing. You just got basic clothing, and that's it. And from that point you're on your own. I know that somewhere here, for every starting player, there's a stone, and if you don't know this, I actually see, it's really embarrassing, I found out pretty late that on top of that stone is a free drinking skin, and I can't quite remember what the last item is. It's I only discovered it recently, but there's a free skin. You find a lore stone. Hey, I'm totally new here. God, what's happening? And then you can find out your first lore stone and see what it says.
Behold, bonded one, the very boundaries of civilization. Beyond the passage of our highways lie the wild places of the world, where untamed savages make endless war upon each other. You cannot pass into the endless wastes enslaved. Your bonding prevents it. Return. Follow the road. Any road. All roads lead to the city.
What did he mean by that? Well, I won't give you too many spoilers. You have to find out yourself. Yeah. Anyways, Exit creative mode. Now you have a number of spawn locations. Regardless of where it is, most people start to panic because it's hot here, you start to starve, you start to get really thirsty, and out here there's no water. And if you do like me countless of times and you don't find that free water skin, you look at your map and think, oh, a river, I just have to get to that. And you can spawn here, you can spawn where I just did, you can spawn here, I think over here. Usually what you do is just run up north, so you as soon as possible can hit the river. The Noob River as it is called. Yeah. Because most people, they just start their first base right here on the river. On official servers this is littered with shoeboxes, as I call them, and I'm an expert building shoeboxes myself. First builds usually are shoeboxes. Well, anyways, you start finding these bushes, you get plant fiber, you still have no tools, so you have to collect it. You get 3 for each pick on my settings. You can get seeds. You can get a handful of insects if you're lucky. You can eat those. They don't feed you very well, but it's better than nothing. You can pick up stones here. And you actually get XP for doing these things, so I would advise you pick up everything you can here on your way. The more XP you get, the faster you level your couple of first levels, and you can start making armor for yourself. Basic, very basic armor. Now, where am I heading? I'm actually not heading here. We are going this way, and I will tell you why when we arrive there. There's a pretty good reason for that, and you don't have to do it, but this is a really, I think, a pretty valuable tip. Yeah, I'll wait to explain until we get there. There's nothing evil in this. It looks very foreboding and bad and dangerous, this desert, but there's nothing really evil here. Nothing yet that wants to eat your face. So you're pretty safe, I guess. Oh yeah, you find branches, pick those up. I mean it. Do it. You will need them. You get XP for that too. More bushes. Nothing yet. Exactly. You continue running into this direction. Listen to the music. It's really stressful. You start out here, it's hot. You see that thirst counter? I actually modified that, and on vanilla settings you get thirsty really fast. So you get totally stressed out and think, I need to find that water source. I need to do it now. Yeah. You actually have a lot of time though. You don't need to stress all that much. Now it's a vast desert. That first walk is pretty far, but it's worth it, trust me. It is so tempting to just build here. Don't do it. Don't. And there's more than one reason behind that. See if I remember. Have to figure out where we are. These are all for decorational purpose, I guess. Ruins. However, these statue things you see in the distance, you see two. They represent the border. There's another down there. That's the physical border. Behind that you find the green wall of death. If you touch that wall you die. Your bracelet, well, I can't actually show you now. Don't know if my girls wear bracelets. Nope, they don't. Anyways, as an arc you have an... That's pretty much the only mob I know of that spawns in the desert, and it's a tiny imp. And it's super easy to beat, even for starters. Yeah, first time you see it, you panic. First time you start the game. Yeah, it has 50 something hit points. They don't even hit it. It must have very good ninja skills. 65 hit points. Yeah, that's nothing.
Have you nothing better, pup?
Yeah. If you have a tool already, you can actually skin this. This will be your first source for hide, and maybe even feral flesh. Hide is very nice. You can make your first water skin, your first hide bedroll. Then you come down. If you find this part here, this natural rock formation, as you can see down there, I have a base already. If you find this, you're home, and you're home safe. That will be your first base location. Now. Oh, okay, that was actually not safe. Rockfall. Nasty. Could have hit me on my head. Anyways. Now let me explain. Why is this my preferred first base location? Well, there's a mechanic in the game. And that's the sandstorms. That is the main reason. The sandstorm sweeps from somewhere up here and down in the line, pretty much affecting all the noob area. And everybody calls it the Noob River. It's not just me being rude, that's just the name it kind of got. It sweeps pretty much in this direction, hitting everything. And it's pretty wide. It affects all of the unnamed city, which is this. So it's really wide. It's a big area that's affected by that sandstorm. I think most of that Noob River you're guaranteed to be hit by it. You take a lot of damage if you're outside in that sandstorm, if you're unprotected. You need to build a hut of some sort that gives you shelter. Let's get inside here. You will see what I mean. See, there popped an icon up next to my health bar, stamina bar, that says shelter. Now I have 100% shelter here. I will not starve. I will not die of thirst. Heat is pretty much controlled here, and I will not be affected by the sandstorm. I'm actually safe in here of sandstorms. However, this is not Ark. You do not have the option to carry tents around with you that can protect you. If you're out there gathering stuff, adventuring, you may be running along here, discovering new stuff, and then the sandstorm hits. Then you are pretty much in trouble. Either you make a hut really fast, or you run and hope for the best, or you die. That's pretty yeah, it's pretty dire. This sandstorm, however, it grazes this natural formation. It just passes right outside there. So if you're on the other side of this thing, you get hit. Inside here, you're safe. So that's the first reason. You're safe here. You will not be hit with a sandstorm in this location. Anything north of here will not be hit by the sandstorm. However, just outside, you can draw this line, sort of. You will be hit. There's an item that will protect you from the sandstorm. I carry it around with me always. The sandstorm breathing mask. However, you do not learn that recipe until you reach level 30 or 32, by which you are hardly a beginner anymore. And most of you probably will have left this area altogether, at which point it's not that important anymore. But until then, if you choose to build your first base here, you have to live with the fact that you are in danger of that sandstorm. Also, now to the next reasoning behind this location. Resources. Now you can gather a lot of stone and wood. There's tons of palm trees and tons of stone. Iron is not really abundant. You can find some over here, but that's pretty much it. There's not a ton of it in the noob area. Also, well, let me show you around. Also, this location has all of it. It has the stones, enough to get you going for your first basic house and stuff you want to make here. You have plenty of trees, as you can see, so wood will never be an issue here. Bark will never be an issue. Resin will never be an issue, and that can get you going for a long time. Yeah, exactly. The weather kills you here. Well, yeah, it does. In the north, you have the cold. You have to be careful about. You have to prepare for that with gear or with food, and hope for the best, because many places you can freeze to death. The volcano will want to kill you with heat. Some desert areas can kill you with heat if you're unprepared. Yeah, and pretty much all of the Noob River is covered by this sandstorm. Now, I covered the stones, I covered the trees. Another really nice thing is you have tons of plants. Now, pick those. You still have no... You see, you got the handful of insects there. You pick tons of plant fiber without any tools yet. Yeah. Let's see what we got. See, from that first enemy we got 54 heights, and I'm on a multiplier of 3. I've seen many servers you can land on that have multipliers of 10, so a lot higher than mine. So this is really realistic, that you might end up with that amount of height, which is really nice. If you look at your crafting stuff here, your first height you need to craft, your water skin, you need only 4 hide and 4 twine. Now twine, how do you get that? Plant fiber. You need a lot of twine to begin with. there. You need it for the fiber bindings, which you need if you want to catch your first thralls. For the rawhide bedroll, you need hide, not a lot. So the first mob there will actually get you for some. Yeah, it provides for some time. You can make a basic fiber bedroll. It breaks when you die. It breaks and it's gone. I think the rawhide one you can keep for more than that. I tend to carry one around with me at all times, should I need it. Because if you know you're in a dangerous spot and you might die, put down a bedroll. Really, always carry one around with you. Really handy. If you die and you're out of adventuring, you're far away from home, you don't have to respawn back at your bed, or maybe in the desert if you forgot to set up a spawn point. Always put down a bedroll if you think, oh, I might not survive this. Be prepared. Yeah, so you get those basic ingredients here. You get tons of branches. You even get those if you harvest the trees. Use the iron hatchet. Harvest a little wood here. See, you get branches and wood. Branches, when you get that far, you're gonna need those for the basic. Let me find them. There they are. Flint head arrows. You need branch and stone for that. That will craft you one stack. One stack consists of 10 arrows. So you can craft a ton of arrows. Really cheap to produce. Your first bow, twine, plant fiber and branches. All those ingredients you find around here. Another thing. When you want to tame your first thralls, it will be further down the. It will be a bit later, and you will not have access to this yet. This is the biggest taming wheel. I always kind of replace them because they take up a lot of space and they are faster. In order to tame here, you need to put in something that's called gruel. That's the basic taming food. I usually give my fighters I bring along, they get gruel. Gruel is the taming food, and it is the food that helps buff strength, the strength stat. So every time my followers they level and eat gruel, if I look into their stats, you will see a percentage added. They have a naturally growth chance to enhance a stat. For example, she has a naturally chance to enhance every time she levels strength by 79%. Her chance to increase agility by 1 is 88%. Vitality 48, so not very high. Grit 100%. Not actually 100, but it's her highest chance to increase a stat. Now by eating gruel you increase that chance by 14%. So it buffs the strength multiplier. So it's really handy, really nice. It's the cheapest one to produce. Let me show you. Everything with stuff you find really nearby. Yeah. See, you can do this. Yeah, let's do it the basic way. You don't have an improved stove to begin with, so you will probably want to make a campfire. 4 wood, 8 stone, fairly cheap to build. That will probably, apart from your bedroll, be your first construction. And one of the more important ones. If you, let's put it there. If you, as I did, find a mob, an NPC to kill, you might be lucky and get some meat, feral flesh or whatever. There's different types, and this actually feeds you better than those insects do. Yes, this is a consumable. If you eat those, or look in the middle screen there, you can see some numbers next to my thirst level, and you can see some of the hunger level presented by that steak. Now look at how little it goes higher or goes up when I eat those handful of insects. It goes up by 2. So you actually need, if you're almost starving to death, you need to eat a ton of those. So it's not very effective. They don't buff you or anything. They are for emergencies. Yeah. Anyways, you have the campfire. You fuel it in the beginning of the game. You fuel it by wood. You can split stacks. Maybe you have to conserve your resources. Split the stack, put some wood in there. Then, and this is not a recipe, you have to guess it. You can look up there, wood and meat makes cooked meat. Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's turn it on, and it starts cooking up meat. That's very basic, nothing special. There was a time where shredded roast, which you get from cooking feral flesh, gave you a buff of sorts. I can't remember which it was. Now it's just food. It doesn't do anything as far as I know. Neither for you nor if you put it on your thralls for leveling. As soon as this is cooked up, you will have your first basic food, and that will feed you a whole lot better than those insects did. And look at the weight. This has 0.9. I guess it's kilograms, pounds, whatever. What unit you prefer. And those insects, yeah, they feed you very poorly, and they are quite heavy. I mean, you have 9 here and 19 there, so of course they might be heavier, but again, this is much more effective in feeding you. So what you do to begin with this, as soon as you can cook meat, bye bye. You throw it out. No need to carry that around. Unless you have fishing traps, or you have an animal pen in which you host spiders. But at this point in the game, you won't. So as soon as you can cook meat and you have meat, throw out those insects. They will just add to your encumbrance. Anyways, gruel. Very handy. You put seeds into the campfire. Then you put plant fiber. Let's split the stack. Then you put plant fiber in the campfire. Make sure there's wood in there. And turn on the campfire. That's how you produce gruel. And look at how much you get for a little amount of resources. This will feed you very effectively, and it's for resources you get super easy. I almost think that gruel is OP because it's so easy to get. You get tons of it. You will need tons of it because as soon as you start taming, people choose to play this game differently Uh, I like to be more passive. I will explain you why. I like as soon as possible to tame thralls who do the dirty work. I will explain you why. While this is cooking. Well, look at my health bar and my stamina bar. Mind you, I am max level and I wear items that actually buff my health. If you start out, you can expect to have maybe 150 hit points, which is not a lot. Now look at, they are named bearers, which are known to have tons of hit points, but look at their hit points. She has 8.3k almost, compared to my 470 at level 60 with end gear. Even her, she has 6,151 hit points. So they are tanks compared to you. They can get the same armor, the same gear that you wear. So what I usually do is put them in the best possible gear I can give them OP weapons, and they will do the dirty work. You can help them, support them, but usually it's safer, and I like to play it safe. Why take the risks? Other people, they like the action and they just solo everything. That's, yeah, you can do it however you want to do. You don't need thralls at all. I would always, especially for crafting. You could choose to finish this game using no thralls at any point. It's all up to you. But I do it like this. I do as little fighting as I need to, especially in the beginning where even basic mobs almost can one-shot you. So yeah. So that's the gruel we cooked up here. It's all cooked up now. From that little I had there, I got 1.5 stacks, and that will feed you for a very long time. Not only is it food, but it also heals a bit. So if you are fully fed, now let's try to demonstrate. I hope I can. I hope I can show you that buff you get. I eat some gruel. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, I'm still a noob. I played this for probably thousands of hours. I'm still a noob. Anyways, let's eat some. You even quenched some of your thirst, which is really handy. Oh, perfect. A sandstorm is coming. So I can show you why I love this location. Prove it, not just claim it. So you get a sated buff, and that actually buffs your health and makes you regenerate health faster. Now, I claimed that that sandstorm will never hit us. They are scary. There it comes. I'm bold now. Let's get right up to here. We are close now, really close. But it will not hit us where we are. You are safe here. It will graze this area, but never actually hit it. You're right on the outskirts. Yeah, I will tell you about the stats later. A rock fell down again. Did you hear that? Dangerous. That's actually more dangerous here than that sandstorm. Anyways, I will now try to run into the sandstorm, which still is a bit way out here. I might not even reach it. See, you're really safe in that location. I might not make it. I just wanted to show you how much damage you take in it. No! Run, Forest! I might. No, I won't make it. It veers off. But you take a lot of damage in it. If you just started and you have maybe 150, below 200 hit points, you take so much damage every second, you won't survive for long in it. Yeah. I think I waited too long, otherwise I could have made it. I kinda wanted to show you how much it actually hurts you. And it's really frustrating, you know. Maybe you've been out farming materials that are hard to get, especially in this area. I will show you though. It's the next thing I will do. And you're on your way back, totally laden up with mats, and yay, soon I can evolve my base to that next level. I can build these new things from those mats, and then a sandstorm hits you. Yeah, really frustrating. Anyways, that is why I built here. But also, because you're relatively close to other stuff you will want early in the game. As I told you earlier, there's a very limited amount of iron here. Not a whole lot. So what do? You take huge risks and venture up here, where there's tons of spiders, hyenas, and they kill you fast, especially in the beginning phases. Yeah, you could do that. I guess you could do that, but you will lose your stuff unless you enable it in the settings that you keep your stuff. So yeah, you can do that, but it's frustrating starting over all the time. You do lose your early bedrolls. Your fiber bedrolls you lose. You only can use it once. And I don't know how many respawns you get on the rawhide bedrolls. I try to die as little as absolutely possible. Everybody does, I guess, but yeah, that's how I play. I'm overcautious. You can pick it up again, but sometimes when you die you might be in an area where it's almost impossible. Let's say you took the wrong turn and your way went right through a enemy village, and your stuff lies just in the middle of it, and there's 8 different NPCs, and all of them want to eat your face. Yeah, it might be might be grim. But yeah, you can pick up your stuff, and there are settings that enable it so only you can pick it up. I think on vanilla everybody can, so you might be unlucky and someone else beat you to your own gear. Anyways, your first base, probably, if you do as I suggest. Now, there are several reasons why this is a cool place. Out here you have these imps, they give good XP. These ones explode, let me show you. They are loud. Boom! Now he doesn't do a lot of damage, but the red ones, they explode. Well, they do some damage, especially early on in the game. If you don't have a lot of armor, they really hurt you. So you might want to avoid those or kill them before they do that thing. The regular grey ones, they are puny. They give, however, for early levels, very nice XP. So yeah, and like I told you, you can skin them and get a good amount of hide and flesh. Also out here, you have rabbits. Please let them live. That's what I tend to do. My son saw the rabbit and thought, hey, flesh. And yeah, killed them. barbaric. Why the poor rabbit? Anyways, I'm veering off. Another imp?
You will never return
Oh,
to your
that was an
den.
exploding imp. They killed it before it actually did. Now these don't, if you harvest them, they have a good chance to drop something else. Volatile glands. Now, volatile glands, and they actually drop a lot of that, are pretty nice to get for, yeah, as you can see, the text says a bizarre gland that can be used to make explosives. Yeah, a basic starter mob drops something in abundance that you need later for explosives. Cool. You can get, this is probably the best mob you get these of. In terms of effort versus rewards, you get tons of it. Well, just outside of your probably first starter base, you don't only get wood and bushes and stones and branches, you also get something else that's really valuable. Let me find it. I know it also grows in abundance here. This is the... It's always like that, you want to show something and then you don't find it. Yeah. Stop annoying me. There it is.
Have you
Stop
nothing
it.
better, pup?
There it is. This is aloe. Aloe vera? Vera? Yeah. You know, that plant. Most of you probably will have seen one of those at some point. Now I'm using the sickle. Iron sickle. You can't make a stone sickle. This is the first sickle you can make. As soon as you can, do so. Because it's specialized to harvest plants. Now, zip. No, that wasn't even aloe. It looked like it. I know it grows everywhere here. It's just now where I want to show you it. I can't find it. It's a typical. Let me find it real quick. There it is. Yeah, okay, of course, it looks a bit different. That was dumb. Now let me show you. You have your basic iron sickle. That's the first real tool you get, apart from stone tools. Let's drop the seeds. Let's drop the handful of insects. Let's drop the plant fibers. So we can see how much you get. Zip. Now, you got 45 plant fibers. You got 75 aloe leaves. And yeah, the text already says it. It has healing properties. From that you can make your first basic, let me find it, your rough wraps, your first bandages you can make from normal plant fibers. If you take damage you can bandage yourself, it takes time, I don't use these a lot. I use the higher tier ones, but these, nah. It's easier to make these. These are healing potions and they only take 2 aloe leaves. Now I can craft 37 of those. Let's craft 1. Also you get XP crafting all that stuff, so I would just do it. They don't weigh a lot. Well, they weigh some. They will weigh you down, but you can use that in combat and drink it. My health already full. Anyways, that's your first healing potion. And it's super easy to craft. And you find aloe leaves in abundance around this area. And it's not a certain thing, you can't expect to find that everywhere. There are areas where you'll find tons of it, but sometimes you really have to go look for it. the first time I had trouble finding it in abundance. Really funny. Anyways, another thing why this place is really nice. You have an NPC camp. Now, I'm not saying they will, but any one of these NPCs that spawn here can be named. Named meaning the thralls are divided into classes. You have the exiles, and then after that you have a number that defines their tier level. If you take a fighter, he will be called something exile 1. That's the lowest tier. Then you have the next exile 2, exile 3, and after that the tier 4 ones, they have unique names. And they can spawn at any of these locations. Yeah. A tanner, help you with leather. Probably your first fighter. That's the exile. Of course they don't stand a chance here. Yeah. You can, if you are really morbid, which I tend to be, can do this. Hey, look at all that leather. We skinned that dude. Tons of leather, and if you're into that stuff, human flesh. Yeah. Some eat it, but I would just chuck it into a fluid press and get blood. By that you can get, yeah, it's morbid. You can get, if you put it into a compost bin, you can actually get improved potent compost, which you need for the highest tier plants. So at some point you will do that. You will harvest humans, because it's the easiest way to get blood. Anyways, there's a camp here, so a spawn point for NPCs here. All this will be hard to remember, but I hope some of it sticks. The first actually dangerous animal will spawn here. That's a crocodile, but only one over there. And it should ignore you if you just follow this way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just reading through your text. Now these guys, called turtles, they look really nasty. They are not. If you have a cleaver, that's for butchering. You can get that with a skinning knife as well, but you get good amounts of meat, and this is higher quality meat. Look at the expiration. This lasts for a long time before it rots. Feral flesh doesn't. And you get a chance to get its head, which again is morbid, but you can use that to make trophies later on. Anyways, the cleaver is nice to have. I usually don't use it, but the cleaver is the only way to get exquisite meat, which you might want to craft later. Anyways, these turtles, they have nests where you find eggs. Yeah, which is really nice.
Terror fool!
And usually where they spawn you have a nest or two, so you can grab these eggs early on. Right here is another spawn location for NPCs. You can get crafter and always a fighter or an archer. These are pretty basic. See, this is actually level 1. The other just was an exile. So this is a tier higher even than the other one we saw there. The exiles are very basic. Very, yeah. Enough to get you going for your first thrall, but yeah, they are not very advanced. So in close proximity to each other you have 2 spawn locations for possible thralls. Now, as I said earlier, any of those can spawn a named thrall. Call me a liar, but I think, if I could remember correctly, the chance of getting a named crafter is higher than a fighter. I will show you a location very close by where you will have a guaranteed spawn of a named fighter, but if you just started the game, it's not clever to actually go for that at all, because they hit very hard. Yeah, well. Oh, I need to change the settings on the girls. They are just totally blood frenzied. They just want to exterminate everything here. That's a setting I usually change. Can't remember why I didn't. Probably because I wanted to level them. Anyways, let me just change that because that annoys me. If you walk into a neutral city NPC area where they don't automatically attack you, it can be super annoying. You're in a dense area, populated area, there's tons of NPCs around you, and then your thralls start attacking you. And as soon as they attack one, the whole village just comes charging for you and wants to eat your face. So I usually just say, guard me. They will do nothing unless I get to take damage. Same for you. Guard me. Or I give them orders. I will tell you about orders later. It's a bit complicated. Here's another NPC camp. 2 more spawn here. Spiders this time. Those poking ones, they have a lot of range. So if you see those with the pikes, you might want to avoid them. Early on in the game, they can be really nice to loot. You might still wander around with bone or flint arrows, and you already can loot iron head arrows from these. They do more damage. So yeah. Now it gets even better. If you move up here, there's the next camp. Already the next camp here. Oh, an invisible enemy. Nice. You have two fighters again, so nothing special. Oh, this is interesting. These flasks, is this? No, it's glowing essence. I thought it was something else. You'll use that as an ingredient later for your alchemy stuff. Anyways, that was the 4th NPC camp in a very tight space. All of them have a pretty good chance to spawn high level or named thralls. Now, right over here is a different camp where 3 NPCs spawn. And that's where I usually find the most named NPCs. I just want to show you this because this is very close to home. It's right beyond those rocks and you're there. Now let's do let's pretend. Let's pretend. I give these truncheons. At the start you will have basic truncheons. This is just for demonstrating what I point here. See now, all they will do is knock out the enemy. They won't kill it. Unless it's a super weak enemy. Which can be a good thing if you want to tame that enemy. If you are in a pickle and you need those girls to defend you, it's super annoying if you forgot to give them their actual weapons. Anyways, the next camp. 3 NPCs spawn here, and there's where I early in the game had the most success finding a name troll. Not this time. Doesn't matter though. We're just pretending. Your first taskmaster spawns here. I've had named ones spawn here. We will pick him up. Yeah, knock him out.
Remember terror, fool!
Note, I'm not doing anything. I let them do the work. Yeah. You can beat this game any way you like. Being lazy as... yeah. Or soloing everything. See, you got your wraps, your bindings, and you just... that's how you make friends. Now you grab that taskmaster and can drag him all the way home, which actually isn't far. See, we went past that camp, bit through the jungle, and to other camps over there. Now on the way home to the base, look where we're going. We're going up that hill, where we've just been just earlier to kill these other 2 NPCs here. That spawned there. There they are still. We continue here into this rock. Oh, there you see it, the beam from my temple there. That's how close to that base you are. You go down here and you're home. So you have an abundance of NPC spawns super close to this location. I can't think of any place with so many spawn locations that close to a location. At least not that early on. You can take huge risks and run into a NPC camp, if you will. And now we're taming this dude. That's it. Didn't even have to move far away. Yeah. So, nighttime. So that's the NPC camps. In this direction, not far. I won't go there now, but yeah, no, not today. I will show you later. Is a name thrall that spawns. He's guaranteed, or she. There is guaranteed to spawn a named fighter. Let me put it like this. Which one it is, I don't know, but there's a pool of 3 or 4 different ones, and they hit hard. So I probably would bring a level 1 fighter or something with you to knock him out. Yeah, exactly. It's very, you know, if you're an oldie like me, it's perfect. I can be super lazy and relaxed and yeah, still enjoy the game. And they are company. I mean, company is always nice. Exactly. Why get dirty? I mean, I really invested here. Let me show you. I got these nice white clothes. Why risk breaking my fingernails? Maybe bleed on it? No. That risk is just too high. I need to wash my clothes then. That's not... Nope. Anyways, That's the NPCs. That's not the only reason I choose this spot. Apart from the sandstorm. Apart from these basic resources. Now, let me take you on a little trip. This will be a little trip. But that's how it is in the starting area. Yeah, exactly. That's an imp. They sound more dangerous than they are. They really don't... Oh, see, I forgot. That could have been really bad if this had been a high level area. Now they will take an eternity to kill this dude. Because they will actually try to knock him out. You can't knock out
my claws are sharp, pup. Are yours?
Yeah, takes forever. So, no, can't be asked. That's because I forgot to give them their weapons back. We tamed our dude, or we are now in the process of taming him. We brought him home. Now I can give them their weapons back. There's no need to run around with truncheons anymore. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Especially if you're tired or you have a lot on your mind. You forget that stuff. Now, all I'm doing now is basically just try to walk. Oh, the first croc. These you have to be more careful about. They hit harder and they put a bleed debuff on you. So always try to get behind him if you fight him. However, they are really nice to skin because now you get some flesh, basic feral flesh, nothing to write home about. What's interesting here is you get reptile hides. Now if you have a tennis table, you can put the reptile hides in there and you can actually convert the reptile hide. One reptile hide will convert into 3 normal hides. That means these 102 hides will turn into 306. They weigh 30. They weigh 13. So basically you get a lot more hides from this than from this, and it weighs half of it. So now already I can say, nope, I don't want to carry too much around. I might find something interesting. That's useful. So that's a good resource to go for. So crocs are very good to farm early on. Yeah. Now let me just look where I am. Over there you find 1 or 2 chunks of metal all the way in the distance at these rock formations. Yeah, you're already some ways away from your base. You are risking those sandstorms. At least in that direction you are. For 1 or 2 chunks of iron. And you will want iron, tons of it. You don't have to. Pretty much the same distance you have to move to get over there. You can just head exactly north. Or actually northeast in this case. This island here, by the way, would make a very nice starting island. It also goes free of the sandstorm. As far as I know, no crocs spawn on it. And in relation to purchase, this is easier to defend than that base over here. However, you're out in the water and that adds another complication to it. Yeah. I still prefer this spot. This is, however, a really nice location for an early base. Quite peaceful. You have the turtles, but as long as you don't provoke them, they are passive. They do nothing. They are under threat. Now, let's follow the shoreline. Find the shortest place to cross. See, we are already on an adventure here. We are already some ways away from the base, but that's how early life in the game is. If you want something as basic as iron, you have to move relatively far. That's how it is. Later on, you have the luxury that you can build a base specifically because it is close to a given resource. See here, you might be lucky and find some. Now, that's a turtle, but why is it attacking? Well, that's because it's a mother and she's defending her kids. Any mother would. Yeah. Sorry.
Whimper in terror!
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, well. That's the only ones that attack you. And then if you're really lucky, there's a very big one. That's twice the size of those. That's a mini boss. Yeah, they are often, however, if you feel really bad about it, you can steal them. Yep, there you go. However, that will trigger all the others. They hate when you steal their babies. They absolutely hate it. Yeah. Now, what do we have in our inventory here? A shaleback hatchling. That's basically a turtle meat. If I have an animal pen and some plant fiber, I can put that baby hatchling into the animal pen with the plant fiber, and it will feed off the plant fiber, and after some time, probably a couple of hours, you will have a grown-up. Your first pet, probably. They are very basic fighters, but right in the beginning of the game, they are easy to get. As you can see, they are everywhere here. So yeah, that's as a side notice. Now you need to look away. Yeah, because these dudes, they are quite heavy. They weigh 50 units. So yeah, I did not just put it in the bag and leave it here. Anyways, let's move on. They can be fighters, you know. Basic fighters, but definitely not as hard to tame as human fighters. You can get them really early on in the game. What was me? Nothing happened. What do you think you just saw? I didn't do anything. Well, it's heavy, you know. Now, to show you where I want, this will take some time. That's why I'm just starting to run now. No, nothing. Just forget about it. Nothing happened. But as you see, they grow. There's the mini boss. I think it always spawns here. This is a very good place to level, power level these turtles, they
My
give
claws are sharp,
surprisingly
are yours?
good amounts of XP.
You're dead.
However, if you go for that mini boss is pretty nasty. Even my girls take quite some time to kill him. And he hits really hard, even me with my gear. So if you see that one dude that's bigger than the others, run. Seriously, just run. At least early on in the game. Chances are he will kill you and... yeah. Now if I... let's get him. See, you get kite. That's weird. Thick hide. Exotic flesh. Now if you do manage to kill him, that will probably be your first source of thick hide, which is for your next tier. That's even endgame stuff. Yeah, and you actually get a good amount of it. You get chitin. Chitin, you could put it in the grinder and get bone meal, which is handy if you have your compost bin. There's one specific set of armor, probably more, but there's one I can think of right now that exclusively requires chitin. But this stuff is really heavy and not used for a lot of things, so I try to just drop it. Anyways, this spot and that other area before where we definitely did not steal and drop a baby, is super area for power leveling, both you and your thralls. You get tons of leather here, you get tons of flesh, you get eggs. Yeah, super place for power leveling. Early on. Yeah. Anyways, we're pretty close now. There's a NPC camp here. If you just started out, you're maybe a couple... oh, there's a bridge here. Yeah. While we're here, we might just visit. You might want to avoid these guys. They can be nasty because there's more than one. It's a whole camp full of NPCs. But look at this. Iron. More iron. More iron. I think there might be more. Battle music. There's probably some archer up there. Anyways, you get a very good amount of iron, and it's actually not that far from home. I think for this early on, it's very good. See, that's a fighter level 2. That would be a good first good fighter to tame. However, I want to show you that enemy camp. You might want to avoid it, but it would have some good rewards. Fighter level 2 again. See, they are even of higher tier. You might be lucky and find naval thralls here, but as you can see, there's a whole lot more of them. Yeah. I'm not playing in god mode or anything. It's just because I have really good gear and I got the girls with me. So they are totally outclassed. They don't stand a chance. Yeah. Anyways, up here, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's nuts. Over there, over there. Tons of iron. Tons of it. More than enough. More than enough. More than you alone can carry home, that's for sure. Which is why we have those guns. Now, I will use my iron pick. Now, let's see how much we can gather just from this location. With the basic iron pick. No modifications done to it. It's just how you would craft it. Pretty basic tool. This quality, you still get a lot of stone when you harvest this. But to be honest, stone never goes to waste. You will always find some way or another to put that to use. See, I'm already encumbered. I'm pushing 1,000 iron. Now each piece of ironstone gives me 1 bar of iron. This place is a godsend this early on in the game. If you can clear that camp here, which might take some effort if you have thralls with you, not really. If you just do it right. Have them level at these turtles so they maybe are level 5 or above, and this camp shouldn't be much trouble for you. Just make sure that you don't get hit. 2,000 ironstone. Yeah, and like I said earlier, I only have the harvest setting to 3. I've seen plenty of servers. It's actually, I see it very often, where they have setting of 10, so a lot higher than what I got here. This is pretty close to vanilla. We are not done. And remember, this is a basic iron tool I'm using. You would be able to craft that very soon after you start the game. More than 3,000 now. $3,500. Yeah. Little climb. Oh, it's not even here. It's over here. That is a lot of iron. Probably the best location for iron this early on in the game. Ah, did I really miss that? Or was that just... yeah, it's just a chunk. I didn't. Now, from doing that I got... Remember, these are barrow thralls. Usually fighters, they only have 10 slots. These are named barrow thralls, so they can carry a lot more. I love them early on in the game. They are absolute tanks. You don't need a named barrow. A level 1 barrow will already carry... Now, don't call me a liar. Level 4 named barrows have 25 slots. Level 3 barrows have 20 slots. Level 2 barrows have... not sure. There's a difference. I know that already the level 1 barrel carries more than your average warrior fighter. I think it's 10, and your normal... yeah, your normal thralls, they only carry 5 slots. So already a level 1 bearer will carry a lot for you and have many hit points. They can be perfect pack mules. So that's definitely a type of thrall I will go for right from the beginning. If you see a bearer, grab them. They are invaluable. Yeah, they are. Regardless of what level, because they have more hit points when they level. And they have all these slots. They can carry so much for you. See, we had some iron down here. I don't know, was there some here? I forgot. Nope. There was this iron here. And then we will make status. See how much we got. Oh, I'm dying of thirst here. What to do? Oh yeah, of course. Another good thing, you're right next to the lake. You can drink while swimming. Yep. That's why the loop area is really nice. If you die of thirst here, you probably shouldn't play this game. Yeah, just saying. I meant in this location. Okay, so how much did we get? We got 1,000. Now let me see this. Bad contrast here. Almost 2,000 stone. 4,434 iron. Now, trust me, that iron will get you going for a very long time early on in the game. Early on in the game. Later on, where I am now, not really. But in the early stages, where you probably didn't, maybe you're level 10, 12, whatever. This is a ton of iron. And it's, look at the map. Home base is there. Now that distance is less than from where you probably spawn to where home base is. So yeah, it's awesome. Anyways, now we're here. Let me show you my son's base. He built this for whatever reason. Okay. So my son lives over here. He follows some dudes on YouTube called Neeps Gaming, and they have made a playthrough, and one of their first bases was on this island, which actually is a really nice location. Most of this island is very peaceful, has some nice building areas, great views, but down there at that lake is it's a guaranteed spawn for a named fighter. Again, they hit hard if you're early in the game. And Komodo dragons, they spawn there. I think it's 4 or 5. No, maybe just 4. They can poison you. So yeah, they are nasty, especially early on. They are quite strong. But you can on this island find Komodo babies, which again make good warriors early on. This is a lot of iron you get here. Either way. Now we got a nice elevator here. Now all of this he farmed for himself. I'm really proud of him. He didn't get any help. He knew just what he wanted with this. And he built that bridge over there. Really creative. He used pillars so he doesn't have to swim. I think that's clever. Oh, that's the issue you sometimes get with trolls. Yeah. Sometimes AI doesn't stand for artificial intelligence. Let's face it. There. You can order them to move. Now he has his basic base up here. He got the tanner's table. That's an armorer's table, I think. Armorer's bench. He got his basic unconscious. Oh, that's actually him. You got his basic lesser wheel of pain. He's taming one. Oh, that is so close to being done. Know what? Let's be nice here. It's almost done. Yeah, he's making friends. Ah, there he is. He's sleeping there. That's Noah, my son. Let me just... Why can't I go first person now? Oh, that's why. Let's have a look. There he is sleeping. Oh, that doesn't look comfortable. Oh my god. What a weird place. No, I can't watch this. Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, I like this. He built a nice base here. It's basic. It's got all he needs. It's pretty safe. You need an elevator to access this. He did really well here. The area is bold. It's beginning to be relatively dangerous here. A little ways down that way. The next thing I want to show you. Why it's nice to build here. And remember, we're still not far away from my base location. That's a very realistic first adventure. Syria the Mad, that could be a perfect first named warrior. Could be. Yeah. Now let me think. Yeah, it's straight ahead. Now I know my way around, so you might get confused if you watch this. I will show you on the map as soon as we're over there. That's the Komodo dragon, by the way. Let me just show them. Attack.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
Attack. Now, let me harvest them with the axe. Oh, I love it. I love it. Harvesting them with an axe gives me a ton of ichor. And you need tons of that later on for one of the most important resources in the game. More on that on another video though. They are nasty. They are nasty. I hate it when it gets dark because it gets really dark. Let's cross here. There is a slight chance that something special spawns over here. I definitely went over here without finding any, but you have a good realistic chance to... I hope so. Please. Please. I'm really hoping to find some. At least one. There you are! Perfect. Look at that. This is probably the easiest and earliest location you can find your first horse. And like any babies in the game, or like any animal tames in the game, that's how you get them. You steal the babies. This one I will keep, because they are valuable. Let's look at the map. That's where we live, that's our base, that's Noah's base. Over on this island, here on that side, where it's really peaceful, there's no enemies, you can find your first horses. Other than that, you need to go over here, and that is a whole different area. You have leopards, and yeah, you definitely have leopards, tons of crocodiles, and you have black hand pirates. They are not your normal exiles, they are... It's dangerous here. Other than that, you need to go all the way up here. That's the highlands. Super dangerous if you're early level. Or over here, very close to the Mounts of the Dead, to find horses. So this could be your earliest horse. Yeah. And horses are super nice to get around with. I do it too little, because they are still relatively new to the game. And it takes some getting used to, but if you just do it enough, it's not a problem. It's not a big deal. You learn it fast. They can carry stuff for you. They can be your third thrall, sort of. You can still, if you have that perk tree that I have. See, I'm running an authority build, and that actually makes my thralls stronger. And yeah, that last perk that I chose is called War Party. That increases my maximum followers by 1. That's why I got 2 thralls following me. Yeah, cause more is always better, right? I guess. Yeah. And you can add a horse to that. So you can have, which is crazy. Why is she running that way? Hey, what? Okay. Why? Yeah. Let's pretend you are really lucky and find 2 named bearer thralls. They have 25 slots they can carry. You can only see 20 here, but trust me, there's another 5 hiding down there. So that's 50 slots between those two they can carry. If you add a horse to that, which you can bring a horse along. That can carry another 10. So you have 60 slots you don't have to carry yourself. Yeah. If you're on a farming run, and that is how I very often do it, you can carry a ton of stuff. Yeah, don't be mad. Anyways, now this is all pretty close to that base location. Tons of iron, your first horse, very good chances to find thralls. Let's port there. Cause there's one last thing I want to show you. Now we got tons of iron. Hang on a second, I need to blow my nose, so I will just kill the mic for a bit. Yeah, sorry about that. Now, we got tons of iron. We just got home from that run. You can build your basic iron stuff, your tools, your weapons, maybe already for your first brick structures, reinforcement. You got tons there, so that's really cool. But let's step it up a notch. That's gonna be the last thing that I had planned to show you in this one. And we're still under 2.5 hours at this point. Okay, I'm teleporting, but I also spend a lot of time showing you that cave base. So, let's get over here. Chuck the iron in here. Go on. And the stone. For demonstrational purposes. Of course. Let's take that hide. Let's chuck that in here. See, we already got a ton of bricks. All that iron. There's wood in there, not a lot, but enough. Look at that, 4,433, 4 actually, iron bars. Awesome. We got more here from previous runs. Let's chuck the stone in here. We got... No, it's a 6, I think it's 1,633. Okay. Put the wood in here. Now this one's cooking up bricks. Let's get over here. We have some stables. There's already a horse in that. A brown one. That's texture's not loading in properly. Looks a bit weird. There you go. See, they actually produce dung in good abundant numbers, and that is super useful if you have compost and want to grow your own plants. Now in another stream I said that they really like grey flower lupine. Well, yeah, you can chuck this in. It tames it. If you have enough plant fiber, that's basically enough to get a horse. They will eat that happily and tame it from it. That will take some time now. They actually take a lot of time to tame. But slowly but surely this will be tamed. And once it is, I probably will go over to Noah's base and give him a little present. Yeah. Anyways. Now we got that iron. We got that horse. We were really lucky and found 2 level 1 bearers. Yeah, I know they got names, but let's pretend. Now let's step it up a notch. Let me just look where we are. Oh no, I don't have it on my map. So I need to guess. That's great. So we're actually going on a little adventure here. Because I can't... I thought I marked it on the map. That's really clever. Really, really clever. Yeah. Anyways. If we're fast about it, doesn't need to take a long time to get them. So we go in this direction. To the Noob River. Aim for these stone structures over there. Might be a good time to cross. Oh, that could be a mini boss. That croc looks, or is it just? No, it's probably just me. Ah, it's just a regular. I thought it looked a bit big. It was just the angle. Bleeding. I hear. You don't want to get too many of those decks. That bleed dot is nasty. Yeah. Ah, there. Okay. Now, as I said earlier, you find a few chunks of iron over here. See, there is some there, but not the same numbers we saw where we got all the other stuff. Not thousands. And I won't farm any now. I made my point with that spot, that really nice iron spot. What is possible early on to get. So that's... I won't farm any iron now. No, there's not a ton here. I will also ignore that. There's tons of crocs here. Oh, let me think. No, I think it's still in this direction. If you manage your stamina, that means if you make sure that you don't run out of stamina first second you get, you can actually outrun most things. Not including cats or wolves later on. They probably will catch up to you if you're not careful. See, this cave is not the cave I wanted to show you. But now that we're here, might just head inside. In here, you need to be careful, because this is a crocodile cave. You find a world boss in here. But at this entrance, where there's no enemies, you find brimstone. See, that's already 300. Let's see if it's safe to go further. Not really. Tons of crocs in there and a world boss, so... But these 300s you can get without any effort. You didn't break any sweat. At all. Now why brimstone? Because it's super important. Let me show you that later. Just remember what I said there. No, it's actually a different cave I'm looking for, but it should be around here also. Pretty close by, if I remember. Correctly. Look. I think it's up there. It should be. See, this is hyena territory. They can be nasty. This is a mini boss, even better. That's a demonic hyena. If you meet that early on, run. Seriously,
Soon
run.
my teeth will taste your throat.
They are not nice. They cripple you. That means that you, for every stack you get, you can run slower.
My claws are sharp.
To the point that you can't even run away from a slug.
Whimper in terror, fool!
Yeah. Let's skin this and see if this is special. Hyena pelt, alchemical base. Wow. Very rare resource right from the start there. Now hyena pelt is basically the same thing as the crocodile or reptile skin. For every one you get 3 hides, so that's already 900 hides here. Super nice, and it doesn't weigh as much as hide. Yeah, super handy. Up there, I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Now this is hyena territory and they can spawn everywhere. Yeah, well this area again is a bit weird. Some areas you don't have any music at all. Like that where I built the castle, the big one. You have music there. But if you move just to my old base, there's no music. Which is a bit odd. Let's climb here. Am I remembering this wrong? Anyways, NPCs. Yeah, you scream. Yeah. Where was it? I know it's close by. Ah, come on.
supposed to be like this?
And then don't do that. Come on. Another dude over here. Yeah. Sorry, but yeah. No, it's not here. I really was sure that I had marked it on the map. It's kind of embarrassing actually. Might be over here. It's been a hot minute since I've been there last time. Because I didn't have to. No. Again, these rocks that fall, you need to be super careful. That's nasty. Yeah, this is the cave. Super. See, this cave. You will want to farm this early on. And let me show you how as soon as I have followers, how I farm it. You might wonder why. See, swapping the weapons. That is because this cave has a very good chance to spawn more than one named thrall. So we're going ham in here. And it has a very nice bonus. Brimstone. Lots of it. Now I will go over combat in this cave because I want to keep it just on me so we can keep count how much I can get out of this cave just by using iron tools. Yeah.
My claws are sharp, pup. Are yours?
Good night.
Whimper in terror, fool!
Sleep tight. Yep. More brimstone. That looks like brimstone, but weird location. With the mesh, that's quite weird. Anyways, almost 1,000 brimstone just from that little we farmed so far. Salt, you use that for cooking recipes, which makes sense. Any brimstone over here? Come on. See, a blacksmith level 3. That's already really nice to
My
have.
claws are sharp, pup. Are yours?
That's definitely early game someone I would
Have you nothing better? Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
See, they sleep now. Is it because I want to tame them? No, it's because I want to farm the cave. They will be asleep for at least 10 minutes. In theory, that means... Come on.
You will never return to your den.
Sometimes they do really strange things. There you go. Good night. So we got a couple of sleepyheads here. All level 1. But there's a nice surprise in this cave. And it's always there and it's guaranteed. Well, sort of. It has a variation to it. This cave is guaranteed to spawn at least one named thrall. It might be a warrior, it might be an alchemist, it might be a cook, but one is guaranteed. You might be lucky and two spawn. So this is the first high quality place to find oh, a sandstorm. Now you can see how much damage I take. Remember, I got 400 plus hit points. Imagine you have 150 and you don't have the amount of armor I got. That damage ticks fast. I know it doesn't make sense that I'm being hit by a sandstorm inside a cave. I wondered that myself very often. But just ignore that fact. Just steadily ticks down. Lost 100 hit points there. Well, apparently you don't take as much damage down here. You still do, but you don't take as much as you do outside. That's good to know. Yeah. If you're unprotected outside, you're dead early on. Now I'm really fighter. I can't wait to see what we get.
Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
Brimstone. Now they can be asleep there. I don't mind. They will be out for quite some time. If you're lucky, you might manage to get that named thrall. Get him unconscious, bind him, bring him home to base. Ah, you can't. Come on. The one in that colored armor, that's the named. That's a alchemist. Very nice. Very nice. You could choose to kill him and get that armor. But to be honest, at any point early on in the game, I would always prefer that named. See, he's knocked out now. Remember that's where he is. Yeah, it sucks dying. Almost done here. Now he's out. He will be out for quite some time. Don't have to be nervous that he wakes up all of a sudden. What could happen is that sometimes you get that bug where he just disappears. disappears under the ground, under the mesh. I think that's a memory bug. Sometimes it helps if you got him leashed. It looks like you lost him, but if you bring him to your Wheel of Pain, Wheel of Friendship, I mean, you actually still got him leashed. It just looks as if you lost him. So you go to your Wheel of Friendship and deliver him there. It's a weird bug. But while he's peacefully, blissfully asleep over there, you can go and farm the rest of the brimstone here. Almost done. Little bit here. Look at that. Look at that. That is almost 5.2k brimstone. That's actually crazy. Now ignore those 300, but almost 5 point. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so much brimstone. So much from just this one cave. Yeah. Now we cleared that cave. Got all the brimstone I could find, I guess. I think. So let's... Oh, he's waking up slightly. Know what we do? Nope, not with the sickle. Wrong button. You can give him another nudge with the truncheon. There you go. And you actually put him back to sleep further again. So yeah, you could do that for a long time and he wouldn't wake up. As I said, sometimes you can be lucky and there's two named. I definitely had that happen. I went in here and oh god, which one of the two do I choose? Well, you can take both. Just put everyone to sleep. They will be out for 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. If you're quick about it, you can see. Yeah, cave. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh crap. No. I actually wanted to put a marker on the map and forgot that if I push triangle I admin teleport. That was definitely not what I wanted to do. Great. And I think I teleported to where I am. That's a waste of time. Yeah, that's how it's done. That's how you make friends. First you know, give them a gentle, loving nudge on the head or two. And then you need a rope, carry them home. Put them in the Wheel of Friendship. That's it. Much different in Ark. Oh, that looks nasty. See, we teleported right out. So, that was stupid. See, what I actually wanted to do was, now that I'm here, I wanted to do this and do this. come on. Oh. See, I will know exactly that this cave is the one with the NPC because I wrote Brimstone Cave. Early on in the game, this is the best place to farm brimstone, and it's the place to farm. You can actually farm them, name trolls. Gently, ever so gently. Now, run home, and the job is done. Now let's zoom out. It's a journey. It's definitely a little journey, but it's not that far. Now, alternatively, if you want brimstone, and we're talking brimstone now, there was that cave I showed you earlier. That's crocodiles, and there's a world boss crocodile in there, and there's a couple of mini bosses. Not good early on. Then let me up here, this plateau. There are a couple of chunks. I think if you're lucky you can get away with 800-ish brimstone, not even 1,000. And there's a world boss, spider. Yeah. Other than that, there's this place. You get gazillion tons. So much brimstone. But there's poisonous gas and lots of enemies. The poisonous gas is not a problem if you got the mask. Whoop. The sandstorm mask. It acts as a gas mask also. But again, you need to be level 30 or 32 to craft it. So, yeah. Early game. This cave is the best place to farm brimstone. Now let's run back. And remember, I mined all that with lower settings than many private servers have. And I didn't farm it with my usual tools that I normally use. I used iron tools. Very easy to obtain tools. And that's probably what you would harvest with for the first time. And I got tons. That would be a sight for sore eyes. Look at that. Yeah. Imagine being dragged along the sand like that. That must give chafings. Yeah. Yeah, piece 4. You don't want... Okay. That did not just happen. We have the bug. Unbelievable. We have the bug. Now he undermeshed. It looks like he's down there, which technically he is. Yeah, well, I like that it happened because it's I can demonstrate now how this works. So it's in this case a good thing. See how I'm just ignoring these crocs? You don't actually have to fight them. The humans in the NPC camps, they are worse. If there's archers, yeah. They shoot you, they cripple you, you get slower. Now, almost home. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're almost home now. Good riddance. That didn't take long. To get from that cave to the base. That didn't take 5 minutes. Took longer to load in because I made that teleport stunt. Now. Okay. This should have worked. Usually it does. And I don't see him under the mesh anymore. That's weird. Huh. Strange. That's strange. So do we actually have some unconscious alchemist lying around here somewhere? That'd be funny. I guess a lot of games, most of these games, they have undermeshing issues. Oh, that's the frog. That's so weird. Where did he get dumped off? Huh. Maybe we'll never find out. Maybe we'll never find out. That's so weird. Yeah, I bugged the bug. But usually it works like that. You can just walk home and... it's really strange. Now, I want to know, so I'm going creative. That's the croc cave, isn't it? That's the croc cave. Oh, we covered a large distance in a very short time. Now, question is, when did I lose him? Did they respawn? That's... Oh yeah, I killed those. Of course they respawned. Oh. That was too fast. Just... Theoretically they should still be asleep here. Probably just need to load in. They are still unconscious. See, I don't remember where I lost him. That's so annoying. That bug is so annoying. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And when it does, it's just so frustrating. Imagine you just got that name throttle and then poof, gone. Yeah, but I wanted to take a look here first. probably out here because I did that teleport thing, and then he started floating in the air. Huh. It's not that I need him, but it would be nice to just, you know. Anyways, we ran this way. That's the first time I've had that happen, actually. Sometimes early on when I had that bug, I panicked and did stuff, so I lost him. But I made sure this time that I didn't swap my weapons or push the square button in this case. Which is why I don't understand why he got dropped. Huh. And if I do like this, normally his health bar would be there. See, I went past here. Yeah, I probably won't find him. When his timer is up, he will wake up. And he will be extremely confused. Have no clue what he's doing there. And run back home. Ha! Don't do that. There he was. That was weird. Really weird. Another NPC. Anyways, it's actually not. I did know that creative mode flying thing, but it's really not far from your base. So you can. Oh, that looks really weird. Lots of bugs today. See what this is? That's one of the weapons the girls usually carry. It chose to just stay there floating in the air. Sometimes. Yeah. The game is really showing all its best angles today. Why not? The real good games usually are broken. Right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ark for it still is, but for a very long time, Ark was so broken. You could also have dinosaurs that just simply disappeared beneath the ground and then they were gone. Forever. Or you were on a track with some dinosaurs in tow and you went through a jungle, and when you came out on the other end of the jungle, half of the dinosaurs were lost. Done that so many times. See, got him taming now. Good. All is okay. Yeah, we got tons of brimstone. Now tons of wool as well, as you see. make sure. That's a named alchemist, that's really nice. Oh. There you go. Let's get over here. Grab that iron. Put it in here. Ah, not the torch. Wrong button. Did I have any wood? Anything? Nope. Nothing. Ah, Tanner's table. Yeah. That was maybe a bit dumb. Ah, thank God we have that. We have that. Yeah, well. Yeah, it does, definitely. When you build, sometimes it's super annoying. Sometimes it just doesn't accept snap points, which is super annoying. And then when it's like it's trolling you, and then when you almost give up, you're actually giving up, and then in the last instance it's, haha. It's magically finding that snap point. There it is. Totally overgrown. Now I need bark. Bark you get from this. Pickaxe on trees gives bark. Don't need an awful lot, just some. Yeah, that's enough for now. Hides, that's fine. Take that. Chuck that in here with the bark. And start producing. Now, did I build a... Yay, I did. So. Come on in. It probably... It's totally weird today, the game. It's so odd. Come in. You can do it. Oh man. Probably the wrong one? Yes, of course. You weren't in there before. They got a new skill, they can turn invisible. Apparently. So, we got all that brimstone. You put that into the fireball. You can put it into the alchemy bench. What we want is this steel fire. You need tar and brimstone for that. Tar is super easy to get. Super easy. And you get that. You get so much of that. You will have no idea what to do with it all. So a lot of it I end up throwing out. Just like that. See, in here you craft leather from the hide. From the reptilian hide stuff. Yeah. Craft a lot of items back and forth. Then you go with the tar into the fireball. Don't need a lot, just to show you. Just need to blow my nose again. And back. Let's see. Then we go up back to the smelting furnace thing. We're out of wood. Oh, it's so perfect. Gonna chuck this steel fire in here. Grab some wood. Come on. See, later on in the game you would actually use coal for that, because the wood, it just says poof and then it's gone. It's not very effective to use wood in the smelters, because it burns super fast. Now have a look. Yeah. Now, what can we make there? Steel bar. Brimstone and tar make steel fire, which, if added to the iron bars inside the furnace, you get steel bars. That's the next tier. And think about it. You can do that very fast. Very soon on. You all of a sudden can make steel tools, steel weapons, armor that involves steel. So you can pretty soon as you learn it basically, you can make that stuff. Because it's all relatively close. Arguably that cave can be hard if you're really early. But still the iron stuff, not a lot of effort. So, all that, including a horse, without traveling a ton. You know? Before I used to spawn here, not spawn, and this was always my chosen first base location. Tons of noobs put their base there. There's literally nothing. You get a few of those turtles. Over here are hyenas, and then there's tons of crocs, but that's it. Not a very good spot in terms of resources. Not even rock. Not even wood actually. You need to get over here to find significant amounts of wood, or even here. Yeah. Anyways, now I showed you how you relatively easy can get pretty good amounts of basic rare. I say basic rare now because it started. It's you know, to make steel. If you got steel tools and steel weapons early on, you're off to a really great start. And that doesn't take a lot of effort actually to get that. Cave is there. The iron I picked up over here, I think. No, wait. Yeah, probably was here or there. Yeah, there actually. Right here is the iron. Yeah. Tons of leather, tons of hide. Yeah. And in the process, we got a named alchemist. Perfect. Now this dude here. I think the last, let's call him a boss, the last dude in that cave where we got the brimstone, always spawns in this weird blue orange looking armor, and you can choose to not tame the dude but to kill him. Then you can get pieces of that armor, and I think it buffs hit points, but it's light armor, I think. I would still debate that at any point it would be more useful to tame him and ignore that armor. However, if you went a second time and it's again an alchemist, you could say, well, okay, I'll kill him and get that armor piece. So that's nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Basically that's it for my starting location. There's so much to this game, and that's just the starting location. We are covering the first. Let's look at the knowledge tree. Look at weapons. How long does it take? Iron short sword, iron axe. So you need to be level 14 to learn the iron axe. I bet you can get the match for that way before that. Iron mace, you need to be level 20. Look at that. That's quite. Steel short sword, level 31, and you can get the match for that way before that. How about the tools? Some survival. That should be steel. Level 30, and you can get the match for that way before that. That means you can farm ahead. So as soon as you hit level 30, you can produce all you need. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is personally, this for me has been the best and most rewarding spot to start out. Because I'm still relatively close to stuff. Yes, you could argue that cave is actually closer to this point, but you would have to travel further to get all that iron. Yes, you could argue up here in those mountains there's even more iron, but there's a scorpion world boss, there's spiders, there's a whole different class of mobs than you find over here. All in all, yeah, that's where I start out. I might try that island at some point, or even that peninsula here. I might still build something there just to be close to Noah. Yeah. Anyways, that concludes pretty much my starting base location. Yeah, if you have any questions, like any stuff to be vigilant about, I don't know. To be honest, I've seen those. If you take, I think it's Anna Brielle, she in her video says that she prefers to start up here near Sipamaru. I'll show you that city at some point, it's really awesome. So she makes that crazy run where she spawns in the desert, levels up while she's moving there. The further she gets, the more dangerous it gets. Here is a giant camp in front of the dregs, that's a dungeon. And she has to run all this way to get there. And once she's there, she's actually in an area that's a good number of levels higher than she is. So pretty much everything she has to kill here will be a good challenge. I'm not challenging that it might be a really nice location because you find tons of iron here. This is the jawbone. This is actually a silver mine. Nice, maybe. But this is more dangerous, definitely. On your character. You can, but it's complicated. Now let me look if I have an alchemy bench in here. I know I learned it already. Maybe not. Ah. Just that. Oh, it might be here. There it is. Okay. And I get Steelfire in here, that's funny. If I look at the potions, you can learn the potion. No, they changed that with sorcery. Oh, I'm mixing things together. Yellow Lotus potion, exactly. That's the one. Yeah. If you drink that, and it spoils very fast, so it doesn't last a lot of time. You need raw ash for that. You find that if you're lucky, you find that in Sipamaru in chests, maybe in kills if you're super lucky. Other than that, once in a while you find that in the unnamed city in drops. And only other place I can think of you get it is in the volcano. So yeah, you can make this potion, but to be honest, it took me quite a while until I could change my stats. If you have a friend who's far ahead of you, you can always ask. Where I'm now, this is cheap for me to make. The raw ash costs a little, but I got it stashed. I function that way that I know raw ash is rare, which makes me wanna farm it, so I can stash some. I always have some extra. You saw how I went with black ice. So yeah, it's pretty expensive to make if it's early on. Then you have the potion of natural learning. It does with the knowledge point, as this one does with the attributes. That means that you also can reset what you learn here. Now you're only given a set number of points every level, so you definitely cannot learn everything, as I did here. I will explain how that actually happened. That's not because I cheated. It's actually a good reason why I got so much unlocked here. You can reset this if you're totally nuts about decorating. Then you will want to spend tons of points, knowledge points in here. All this nice decorating stuff. And then later on you find out, oh, I need better armor and I need better weapons, and I could maybe, but you don't have points anymore and you're level 60. See, that's why I really farmed the unnamed city hard. Come on. In the unnamed city, you have a couple of bosses. Each boss drops a fragment of power, guaranteed. You might be lucky and they drop 2. And then there's a fixed static places where they spawn. I know of a good number of spawn locations. So I farmed this hard. Each fragment of power, if you consume it, gives you 10 knowledge points. And I even got in my shoebox base in the desert, I think I got 160 something stashed up. Yeah, because you also need those to craft certain items, like the axe, for example, that I'm using. You need fragments of power to craft it, because that's from a recipe that you find there, or can buy. There's this thing called... Do you want me to show you the map room? Because that's actually... when you reach that point, you don't have to be level 60 to farm that. You will not farm the dragon boss, you will probably not farm the skellies, but all those static locations, you can go there and grab those fragments of power. Most of them spawn in safe areas where there's no enemies. You maybe need to climb a little bit. Want me to show you how it works? That's the hard part. It takes some time. That's why the farming the bosses is the faster way. The fixed locations... Now I'm going creative mode for this. So, we're pretty much done here at the starter base anyway. I made my point, showing what I wanted to show you. Oh, there's all these birdies here. So let's find the unnamed city. Spawn timer for the chests. Let's call them chests. They look like chests. For the relic fragments. I think at least 12 hours. So pretty much once... Oh, I should be careful there, that's the wall of death. I fly into that, I'm dead and I lose my stuff and probably my girls. You can grab those and you can probably grab 7 or 8 every 12 hours. However, when I farm the bosses, a round trip takes maybe a quarter of an hour, which is the time a boss needs to respawn. So if I kill the last boss, there's a number, I will show you the locations. See, the relic fragments are little chests that look like this. Press square to interact, then I will loot it. Fragment of power. However, now it's despawned because I grabbed it. It will at least take 12 hours. Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Because it depends on what you play like, what your playstyle is. See, like I said, a lot of people, they don't use thralls at all, or only very little, which I think is a shame, because there's so many, they have so many uses. Look at that hit point pool. They got a ton of hit points. No, the Bearer Thralls, for example, they don't do a ton of damage. The hit point modifier is very low, but they have so many uses. So that's why come on, stop. That's why I chose the authority tree. That's always my go-to. I always try to make my thralls as strong as possible, and let's look at that. Authority determines the amount of damage your followers deal and the amount of concussive damage you deal. Concussive damage is interesting when you try to knock out thralls, when you want to tame them. That's nice. The first perk you get, that's after spending 5 points in this tree. Irritate. Active followers will goad enemies, attempting to force them to attack your follower. That's basically a taunt, like you know from, like your pets do in World of Warcraft, if you're a hunter. So they try to get aggro from you. Really useful. Commanding presence. Your active followers are inspired by your battle prowess and have their health restored when you deal damage in combat. Awesome. When you see they take damage, you just join in the combat, deal some damage, boom, you heal them. Some people like to use your active followers gain passive health generation. It sounds nice, but it's when not engaged in combat. Yeah, well, whatever. They eat their food and heal themselves, so that's pretty useless to me. The commanding presence is much more important. Attentive care. Your active followers receive 50% increased healing. That's pretty awesome. From the healing food, for example. Or if you bandage them, you can give them potions. That's pretty awesome. And then you have that war party. You get another follower, but their statistics, their stats are no longer influenced by my... or their damage is not no longer influenced by my stats. I don't care about that. 2 is still better than 1. Although, depends how you want to play. Well trained is actually really sick. Because I don't remember it exactly, but they get increased stats. And it's not just a little. You can get a real war machine, but you only get 1. Like this is my perfect all-round build. I can have 2 thralls, I can have 2 named bearers. Given I find 2, I have more than 2, but they can be nasty to find, but I know where to farm them, so that's not a problem. I will make a guide on that also. That's already 50 slots you can carry. Add a horse, like I said, that's 10 more. So you can have 60 slots you don't have to carry yourself. Now add the weapons they are carrying. Oh, they still got the truncheons. So you still got 58 slots you can farm mats for, like iron, leather, whatever. It's, I think it's really awesome with the thralls. However, there's those that like to go a whole different route. I used to play a lot with that also. Agility, for example. You can make a archer build where you get a lot of agility, you totally ignore the strength. Then you can use bows, totally focus on ranged attacks. You get other really nice things here. Backstab, deal 50% increased damage when attacking from behind. That's daggers. Well, daggers are also agility weapons, so yeah, makes sense. Deadshot, arrows and thrown weapons travel twice as quickly and deal 15% more damage to distant targets. That's actually pretty nice if you like to play with bows. The last perk, extended leap, jump while in the air to do a second jump. That can be a lifesaver if you're falling down somewhere, I think. Noah, he uses that and he likes it. He told me that it can be a lifesaver. Or that quick-footed one. Jogging, sprinting, jumping, swimming and climbing costs less stamina and are faster. That is pretty cool. If you're like adventurer, you avoid the combat, but you like to be quick-footed, as the perk says. So that can be nice. Or you use a complete strength build, where you ignore the followers. You're your own tank. You probably would have a full vitality tree also. Yeah. I hear that last perk, Glutton for Punishment, is nice. When you take damage, you regenerate the last instance of damage taken over 15 seconds. That's pretty OP if you ask me. That you actually heal because you take damage. That's not, yeah. And then you have grit. That is basically your armor and stamina. You don't want too little of that. Mostly when you die it's because you run out of stamina. That also includes when you're climbing stuff. If you run out of stamina, you're dead. You fall. Then you have expertise. Expertise is how much you can carry. I hate not having enough here. However, in earlier playthroughs, I used to. It was called different, I think. Encumbrance, probably just. I used to spend way too much in there. I was ignoring the fact that I have my thralls to carry everything. I don't need to. So I can basically ignore that stat and say, yeah, well, I got my thralls for that, so I don't need all that carry stuff. It has some nice perks. For example, Careful Harvest. You are twice as likely to gather rare resources when harvesting. I chose the other one, Efficient Harvest. Final hit when harvesting grants twice as many resources. Yeah. Hard Worker, you harvest resource nodes twice as fast. Maybe not that useful. If you got the time. Doesn't matter, I guess. That's Structural Integrity, which is the last perk I kinda like. Structures you build are 25% more stable. Do you remember all the issues I had with that tower? With the roof. Well, if I had that perk activated at the time, that wouldn't have been a problem. Because that actually helps with stability also. Yeah. So that's from personally, for me, on my playstyle, I'm also in World of Warcraft. I started out with, well, I didn't start out with it, but I started to love playing the Hunter. that's my build. That's how I like it. And knowledge point, that's totally different, you know. Like I said, in the beginning of the game, I would be careful how you choose your points spent, but I pretty much have everything learned now because I farmed the unnamed city. And once you get to a point where you can farm the bosses, you can, like I said, let's have a look. First of all, here you have the Relic Hunter Treasure Seekers. They are super useful. Balls. To have them as a thrall is really useful. They have a ton of hit points. They almost get as much as the bearers, while almost doing as much damage as the Dalincias I have. So I actually started, I haven't shown them yet, but I have a bunch, I have tamed a bunch of them already. And I want to do a video and show that a little. Well, they have their small locations where they spawn out here. More than that of some other time. Another sandstorm. Now, let's start at the beginning. Let me count them. This is the unknown city. Perfect, it's getting dark. Sandstorm. Just awesome. Visibility is super. Where is he? I'm showing you the bosses now, basically. I'm not farming them. This is the first. 3 skulls. They all have 3 skulls. This one has 15,000 hit points. He's one of the easier ones. He can drop some really nice loot. Undead. So my axe, poison and bleed, he's immune to it. Maces are the most effective. That's one. He is guaranteed to spawn 1 fragment, can drop 2, and I've definitely seen it happen. That's the brute. Up here, that's sandstorm. Yeah, maybe just wait until it passes, because I can't see anything anyways. I might take a sip of something to drink. So, almost over. It's nighttime. That's so awesome. Sandstorm and nighttime. Perfect. What more could you wish for? Now where are we? Okay. I think I got a bit too far. A bit much maybe. Let's see. Let's have a look. Across here there's more Relic Hunter Treasure Seekers. They have different spawn locations, but they spawn all over the place and they respawn fairly fast, so you can farm them. Yeah, now you can actually see where I am. Up here there's an undead boss. He uses a warhammer. He can be quite nasty. To reach him you need to climb this, and it's very high. It's really high. He is guaranteed to drop a fragment. So that's 2 bosses. Can drop 2. But he's guaranteed to drop 1. 2 bosses. Now, where are we? I need to Wish I had more light. Yeah, it's here, it's down here. This is the Red Mother. It's a red dragon. Has almost 20k hit points. Is pretty nasty, has fire breath. But looks more mean than she actually is. Has some awesome loot items. She drops the strongest bow in the base game. Still haven't got it. So annoying. And I really farmed her. Yeah, that's also her head hanging in the throne room at that base. I can farm her. So, yeah. Probably gonna show videos of how I do a run. Fragment farm run. See, behind her there's a chest. I haven't succeeded at least, cannot pick up that fragment without aggroing her. But she drops a guaranteed fragment, so we're up to 3 bosses. Now let's fly over here. I know exactly where they are because I've done this too. Yeah. Probably could go all the way in my sleep. Another undead, 15k hit points, uses a short sword. Yeah. With my build, I let my followers do the work. I take care of these and any other skellies that come. It's not a problem. Guaranteed fragment, maybe 2. Plus the other loot. They all can drop legendary items. So that's 4. Now let's get to the aviary. Here it gets funny. Now we have the bad boss. This one can drop. I'm really unlucky when it comes to this. I farmed this like crazy. I mean, all my fragments, they prove it. I've got a ton, and I've pretty much learned everything. He can drop a staff, which gives you underwater breathing, which is really useful if you want to visit a dungeon called the Sunken City. I haven't gotten that drop yet, like that bow. So mean. He can drop one, so that's 5. Then, we're not done yet. There's this undead, who got a lot of ads who got him. If you pull them the right way, it's not a problem at all. He can drop one. 6 fragments, guaranteed. And then, out here, 1, 2, 3. Inside this cylinder, there's pretty much always a fragment. Number 4, there's another skelly boss. He hits harder and he corrupts you like a lot. He's stronger, I reckon. Guaranteed drop of a fragment, so that's 7. So every quarter of an hour you're guaranteed to get 7. So you can farm them up pretty quick. Yeah. So all that knowledge point thing is not a really big issue. Routine, you know, like I said, I farmed this hard. I got 160 something in my chest back at that base of those fragments, and I spent maybe 200 or 300 see, 200 or 300 knowledge points. I don't know how many of the fragments I used. I used a lot of them. Every time you use a fragment, let's look at it. You can see the text. See, I got 2 in my inventory there. No, it doesn't even say. More info? No, it doesn't even say here. Let's use one. I still haven't learned everything. So, it's okay. Use. Boom. You have gained feat points. That means you have gained knowledge points. I had 0 knowledge points before I ate it. Oops. Why not? And now I have 10. So I gain 10 every time I eat one of these fragments. And as I said, you can get the static ones, and on top of that,
will taste your throat.
And on top of that, you can get 7 fragments every 15 minutes. That means you can get 28 every hour. So you only need a couple of hours and you got your knowledge points covered. Yeah. Other than that, is there anything I would recommend? Like I told you, it might maybe sounded a bit harsh or whatever. The way I would do it, if you would join the server, would be you would do your own thing to begin with, so you can learn it, the basics that you can learn how to, you know. I can make the guides, I can help you, give pointers, but it's always best to just go ham yourself. Yeah, it's a lot of points, you know, and it's minimal effort once you reach a certain point. The attributes to me is the most important. If you have a clear idea which way you want to go, the first time you play this game and you know nothing about it, you just, that sounds cool, that sounds cool. So you probably have a build where you have like 10 in everything, you know, and that's a good all-round build, I guess. You can do everything pretty okay, but you're not like specialized in anything. And I found out that this authority build, that's just my thing. I love it. Maybe you can say that I'm okay with just one follower. I like to do some more damage myself with hammers, maces, swords, or you're the dagger type. You know, you like to play Assassin's Creed, whatever. You like bows and daggers, so you choose the agility tree. That's probably the most important, because the knowledge tree you can always get filled up again. You don't get additional points here. Yeah, it is the best way to learn. Which is kind of a shame. With Noah, because he's only here every other weekend. So I like to do stuff with him, but he's not as far as I am yet. So yeah, it takes a while. Anyways, that's the locations for the bosses. There's one. That's the thing that costs a lot. That is also why I farmed those fragments. See, there's an obelisk. When you go down this corridor here, in the unnamed city, that's what it looks like. Big open plaza thing. And that's where it is on the map. Yeah. If you go down this corridor, all the way down. All the way down. Yeah, exactly, it's easy mode and that's just not funny anymore. See, does that look familiar? That's a big version of that map we saw in that instance. Clail's stronghold over here. Yeah. That's a big version. That is the map room. You can learn that from this dude. He's a ghost. Talk to him.
Do not be afraid, bonded one. I am just a shadow, a whisper of what once was. Before the fall, when this kingdom raised knighted pillars of black stone to the sky, I was called the Archivist.
See, there you can learn a feat called the Cartographer. There you can learn that map room, and that's your teleporter. Or you can, for 5 fragments of power, you can buy the memory of oils.
Bring me back knowledge.
That is actually, if you look at the knowledge thingy here, what I have learned so far. Wait a second. Well, actually, isn't it here? Forgot. The memory of oils is pretty useful. I haven't used it myself yet, but it looks pretty cool. And then there's this library of esoteric artifacts. That's where we are now. For 1 fragment, that's why it says press square to interact. If I press it, you have been granted a new scroll. You can buy scrolls, and they get a chance for a recipe. Now I think I got all of them, so you already possess this knowledge. Yay. We'll go to the knowledge tree. Yeah, it's here. See, you can learn a lot of cool stuff in here. The axe I'm using, the poison and bleed axe, that's this one. Some of the decoration items I learned here. Why that is shown here, I don't know, because that's a lie. That might be true that you actually learned that here. That one I know you learned here. And you need the relic. You need those as a currency. The bindings of the dead, awesome bindings when you tame a lot of dwells. You know, this lasts almost forever. Yeah, a lot of nice stuff you learn here. Yeah, and you use the fragments for that too. So that's either way you are going to farm those. Yeah, the good rope. Exactly.
What have you brought
this
me?
dude is actually interesting to talk about. He's
To know
with
is to live, human.
he is one of the serpent men. Actually, he's a bad guy in a way, but he helps you, so it's funny.
You return. Tell me of the things you have seen. Have you come to seek a way free of the bonding bracelet, human? There is only one chance, and a very slim one at that. You must assemble the items of power that were present at its creation. The diadem of the Giant Kings, the mask of the Witch Queen, the tears of 2 races, the star of the Champion, the heart of the Sands, the shining trapezohedron, and the serpent ring of Set. I fear I set you an impossible quest, human.
I only need 2 of those items now, because I found out what that fragmented scorched stone was. That's actually part of the heart of the sand. I need that still, and I need the Ring of Set. I haven't yet figured out, because I'm still a noob after playing this game for a while. I haven't figured out yet how I get it, but I will soon, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. He's basically telling you how you can get rid of your bracelet and leave the lands.
Every new learning is a new beginning.
That's part of the story. I won't spoil any more beyond that, though. Yeah, that's the unnamed city. That's the cartographer. I'm pretty close to home base here. Let me show you the map room. I built it finally. What? Finally built it. Well, I bet we could have a lot of fun. That's the noob room. The noob room, the map room. See, you got these stations. Each of those obelisks, I learned them all now. You pick them up, you attune your bracelet to them. Now, if you got a map room, you can teleport there. I can teleport into the volcano, to the pretty much relatively close to that last dungeon, the Well of Skelos. I think that's the Black Keep. No, that's not the Black Keep. That's the Temple of Frost. That looks like it is. That is the Palace of the Witch Queen, or relatively close to that. Oh no, that is Palace of the Witch Queen. I'm confused. Anyways, you can teleport to these important places. This is a bit funny. This teleports me to the unnamed city. No, that's the pit. That's different. That's the first dungeon you have to go to. That's Clay Stronghold. My favorite dungeon so far. That's the unnamed city. That looks like it's the Den of the Dead. Mounts of the Dead. That. Well, that's the Frozen Temple. Temple of Frost. What was that then? That is the Black Keep. Yeah, like that. So you click on this and then you teleport there. But you teleport to an obelisk and they corrupt you. Yeah. Yeah. And by accident, I don't know if you want this spoiled. Honestly, I don't think it matters that much. I can tell you that that bracelet, I will never break it. Not as long as I want to play on this server. Cause it's a bit anticlimactic. What happens is, yay, you break the bracelet, you escape the lands, you die. You start your new character. Where you ascend in Ark, you don't in Conan. You just start a new character. Yay, awesome. So, why bother? Oh, I accidentally showed something I didn't want to show there. Hopefully you didn't notice too much. also by accident, and that's totally random. It's not planned, trust me. I always wondered what this altar was about. Cause it does not look like it's just totally random. And it's called Altar of Chaos Mouth. I was like, hey, that looks different because it looks finer than the usual ruin stuff. So, okay. And then I saw a video about it. And this is where you craft the last item, where you combine all those items. So you can break your bracelet. Yeah. That's here. And you can see my base down there. I think it's kind of funny. And I didn't know that beforehand. Totally by accident. Yeah. Now, I got, as you probably can hear, and it got worse and worse during the stream. I got a cold incoming again, which I always love. It's awesome. 4 hours and 12 minutes. I achieved what I wanted. I probably will go and build some more in that cave, but probably off stream. Either way, I am up for a cigarette. So, yeah. And you said you had some farming to do? Probably super late already. Yeah, it's super late. So, a cigarette and that's it. Well, thanks for hanging out. That concludes the stream. Got a few bonus things on the unnamed city. We'll probably make a video just focusing on that. Yeah. Thanks for joining, and see you soon.